Hey guys, Denis Kozhar here. In this video I want to speak about my settings, so you will be more familiar what's going on in my interface. First of all, in the Customize Unit Setup tab, I set my display unit scale to centimeters and system unit setup also to centimeters. Then in the preference, I change use large buttons to small one. Just get rid of this checkbox. Next, I also uncheck use real world texture coordinates and default by layer for new nodes. I want to set up by myself all textures with tiling and sizes in Uvw Modifier, and this checkbox available for this function. So when I create, for example, a box, I can press Alt X and make it transparent. In the object properties of this object, I have property by object, and here this see-through function. If I will not uncheck this default by layer for new nodes, the object that created will have the property with by layer, and it will not allow me to use this hotkey Alt X to make it transparent. It's much more faster and easier way to make it so I keep this unchecked. Next, you can often see that I use Ctrl plus right mouse button, and here I get access to all these common used functions. Next, in the Customize preference, on the gamma settings, I use gamma 2 and 2, all these marks checked. And when you deal with some files that have mismatch with your gamma settings, you need to choose the one that will keep gamma and LUT correction enabled. Bitmap files input and output must be 2 and 2. So when you see 1.0, you need to avoid it and use 2 by 2. So it depends on which settings the file have, you need to keep or adopt. So if your system gamma doesn't correct, and in my file that you opened 2 by 2, 2 by 2, input and output, you need to select adopt. If the file that you download with some models mismatch with gamma, you need to keep the system if they are correct. You can have another situation when in your file or in someone else gamma LUT enabled and in yours disabled. So you need to adopt so it will be enabled in your system too. And when you working with different units, you need to adopt the files units or keep your system and rescale this file. What the problems can be with that? If you're working with the small models, much more chances that everything will be okay. But if you open large project, for example, the one that I will be created, you can have some troubles with some different modifiers. They doesn't know correctly how to work with rescaling units, and you can have some troubles. So I advise you to work in centimeters like I will be, or make your own project in your own units, and don't get surprised if you will open my scene and trying to add some things from my scene to your scene, and the units mismatch will cause some troubles. Just don't be surprised by this. Okay, next on the Files tab, I use backup interval like 30 minutes. You can choose whatever you want. For me, it's more preferable. Next, if you have small display size, you can go to Customize, Show UI, and hide Show Ribbon, uncheck, and uncheck Show Track Bar. So you will get much more space to work with your scene. That's the most common things. In this video, I want to show you how I will set up the plans or drawings so we can more accurately model the project. First of all, I need this size, and then I can create the plane. I will press Ctrl plus right mouse button and here choose plane, create someone, then with the right click disable the tool, go to Modify tab, and here I need to type in these sizes like that. Then I can with just drag and drop and place it here. Or if in your case drag and drop doesn't work, you go to material editor, this button, or M hotkey, then create corona or anything other material, and here in the diffuse slot or something like that you need to create bitmap. Then find your plan, connect to the diffuse color and assign this material, then show shaded material in viewport. Or you need to select this bitmap and here press this. Okay, then when you set up your image, you need to go to the configure viewports, just press here. And in the display performance, you need to change texture maps to something like 2K, 20 and 48, for example. So your image will have much more good quality than if there will be 500, for example. Next, we need to copy it. I press W to activate move, select and move tool, then with shift key, drag by some axis, clone object as copy, and here I can rename it as section. Fine. Then I will press A to turn on snaps and rotate it like this. Then I need to get my section sizes. This is it. Like that. And then I will also drag and drop it. Okay, next I need to stop my drawings with real sizes. As you can see, for now we have, for example, this kitchen, and it should be 60 by 60 centimeters, maybe 8 high. And on the top view, I press Alt W to resize the window, and where my mouse is, it will open this window. So here I can move it like that, and you can see how small the plan compared to the real size box. Okay, so here if I will just scale it like that, I will need to move it. It's not very useful. So we can change pivot point, go to hierarchy tab, affect pivot only, place it here, and press again affect pivot only. The main goal is to put it on this corner. Then I can, with the snaps 2 and 5, just long press and choose whatever you need. Snap it here, then press R and scale it like that. Okay, fine. Then I can remove this box. I don't need him anymore, or I can keep it and change the height. So here I have a man. It can be 1 meter and 80 centimeters long, and I can change the size of him like that. Okay, here you can see when I doesn't change the pivot point, I will need to move often this plane, but it's okay for now. We can see how much the height we have here, and 3 meters is pretty well. Okay, then I need to rotate it like that. So maybe like this, the opposite direction. Okay, fine. Now I have these plans in place. I can move it here and remove this item. Next I will move them on the new layer. So I press here create new layer, name it plans, and press OK. Fine. Then we will automatically move to this layer. If I doesn't want to create something else on it, I need to move to the another layer. Here, if I will press freeze, it will show them in gray, so I need to select them, go to object properties, and here uncheck show frozen in gray. Now when I freeze them, they will not appear in gray and I can saw them. Fine. Then we need to open PureRef and just move your reference here like that, all that you need, for example this as well. And then you can mode or image, arrange, optimal like that, and then save as and save your scene. Okay, then when we done all this, we can save the max scene. In this video we'll begin modeling this exterior. First of all, I need to create another layer. I will call it Arch as architecture, and we will model all walls, floor, ceiling on this layer. I also added these two drawings so they can help me to better understand how these things works, and I will add them to the plans like that, unfreeze for a while, and we'll make them not show frozen in gray. Okay, first of all we will create this contour, so I will select layer arc, and from here with line I will start somewhere from here like that. It will be corrected later, so we can here to be not so precise like that, close spline. Then we can move it so it will match with the line of the drawing like that. Here I will use snaps to align these two vertex, and here we will just move them up like that. Okay, fine. Then we can use fillet, and we will move it until it meets the impost like that. Here for this one another, and the last one like that. Then I will save this line with shift and move. I will copy it like main cone backup. Okay, then from here I can create the windows. To do so I will add more vertex. Using refine I can add them like that in the middle of this impost, just something like that. If you made a mistake you can press Ctrl Z and do it again. Okay, nice. Then I can make Extrude modifier, rise it up, and here we can see this ugly look, so we need to go to the line interpolation and here make adaptive for this as well, so we don't forget it. And now you can see much more geometry, and on the default shading it will be showed as smooth. Fine. Then from here we can also change to facets like that. Move for a while, move it so we can match it like this, and rise it up to maybe like that. Okay, and from here we need to uncheck this cap start, cap end. Then we can add shell modifier and add some thickness to it. I will use inner amount, maybe something like 1.5. Okay, as you can see here we have double window, but I will keep it as one for a while. You can add another layer if you wish. Next, we need to create this impost, so we can press Ctrl V to make a copy, and from here we need to make some space. I will delete Extrude and Shell modifier, press 3 on the keyboard and make outline. Like that, with some little space between them. Maybe a little bit more, like that. Then we can delete this unneeded line, like that, with the delete key. And from here we need to look at the reference. We have here some definition, some split up, so I will try to make this one with outline. I will move it here, then create this section and create another one like that. Then I will select this and this, detach it, okay, and from here we can move forward. Next we need to make an extrude. For now I will press cap start and cap end. I can press Alt X on the window so it will be transparent. Same here. I will hide for a while this window so it doesn't worry me. Here, after the Extrude modifier, we can add edit poly. Then we need to connect this vertex. I will use hotkey to create connection. You can use this function or use hotkey as I do. Here on these parts I will use only these sides, like that. Okay, so we can move it from here like that. We need to create all these connections. And then we can like that. I can press Alt key. So to check how it works, for me it seems alright. Now from here I can select this with Ctrl and double click, like that. I will not select this on the round corners because I will create them separately. Just select these lines. You can see here we have some issues. I will select them, but for now I will go to vertex and check it. You can see two vertex here, two vertex here. Okay, so we will then add chamfer to create thickness like that. Let's use 5 centimeters. Okay. And here, as you can see, we have some troubles. So we can select this and this vertex, connect them, this and this, connect. Then we can delete these unneeded parts. And here we have some issues. I will delete this polygon and then cap it. Okay, so let's check how many vertex. 5 vertex here. I need to weld them like that, so we have only 4. And here weld like that. Okay, fine. Here we also have 5 vertex. We need to weld them. And here. Okay, so here seems alright. Doesn't know what it is that caused this 5 vertex issue, but others seems alright. Fine, so let's continue. We can now add more geometry here on the sides. I will use on the ribbon Swift loop and add them like that. Here, here another one. Do this and this one. Okay, and the last one corner. Fine. Then we can select these and these polygons, and with the bridge we can bridge them like that. Here, bridge, this side, bridge. Okay, then we can from the top view delete them. Sorry, we have some issue here. I will press Ctrl Z, but doesn't help so much. Okay, then I will fix it manually. Bridge it. Okay, so we have some issue here with this line. So what can I do? I can use this vertex, move it and align with this, and then I can use Swift loop to add another one here. Then I will move it and align with this. Then connect. Okay. And for now I can delete this polygon. Then I can cap here and cap here. Okay, fine. Then I can continue delete these unneeded parts like that. Here and here. Some more. Okay, then I can use another type of selection like this spray and can select these unneeded polygons and delete them. Okay, for this side. And this deleted. Here I missed. All these unneeded parts we can delete. Okay, and the last one. Nice. So we can check them. Press 3 on the keyboard, Ctrl A, and then cap. Okay, fine. Now we have the first part of the impost. Then we can unhide all. We have windows, this impost, and here we need to just replicate what we've done with this to create another one. But if you don't want to do all these steps and it seems too boring for you, we can try to select all these polygons like that. Here, here, and here. Okay, so from now we can try to extrude them. Press extrude. Some thickness, and it seems that they extruded fine, but we can make it more easier for us if we will create this section split for 1 centimeter. Then we press this plus button and do it like that. Fine. Then press OK. So we doesn't need this shape anymore. And here we can select this with the Shift Create Ring selection, then go to Modify selection, similar. It will select all of them, and from here we can create another extrusion. As you can see here, it doesn't select this top part on the sides, so I will try and select them manually. So I need to do it from the top view, so I can select top and bottom part like that. Firstly, I need to check it here, 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 and here. Okay, like that. Nice. Okay. So here I have all them selected. Now I can press extrude, change by local normals and minus maybe 1 centimeter. Fine. Press OK, and now we have this embossed. I will from here change this length segments to 1 just with the right click and change them. Nice. Then we need to assign some corona material so it looks more pleasant for the eye, like that. Nice. And here we can start create this profile for window. For example, I can press G on the keyboard to show and hide this grid. And now I need this profile for a window. Let's see how it looks. I think we can create something like that. Here I will just continue to this point and move it like that. Close plane, yes. Then I can use this window spline, Ctrl V, as copy, delete the shell and extrude, keep on the line, then add sweep, pick custom section, like that, and let's move it up. On the front view, I will place it on the window. Okay, and from here we can change the position like that, move it slightly down. Okay, and from here we can offset by X for a little bit, like that. And now we have this roof part. Okay, if you wish you can create some more details to it, but for now I will continue. Here we need to create this bottom part, and I can just simply isolate it, press Alt Q, then I can use line to repeat this profile. I will make it like this. Choose this line and I will change it to rectangle selection. Move it like this and just put this to vertex down. So we have this nice profile. We can come back here to see how it matches with the drawings. And for me it's pretty fine. We can work with it. Maybe let's make it a little bit more thick, like that. And from here I can use also this line, Ctrl D, copy, delete shell and extrude. And for this line I will also add sweep, pick this profile, and then we can just offset it so it matches like it needed to be. Something like that, or if you doesn't wish to do this offset thing, we can isolate them like this, and from here we just need to change the line, press 3, then outline like that, then delete this unneeded, and with the sweep we have this nice element. Okay, so for me it's fine. Then we can move these planes a little bit down. Here we need to have some element that will go down with window, so I can create something like that, maybe here, and go like this. And maybe we'll make it look like that. Here I can delete this vertex and move it like that. Fine. We can just simply maybe move it here like this. Okay, so fine for now. Then we can just use this line, Ctrl V, copy, shell, delete, extrude, delete. Then here we add sweep, use custom section, pick this one, then sweep parameters, we'll move it like this, and then with offset move it here. Okay, it seems fine for me now, but it seems like it needs to be mirrored. Or everything fine. Let's check it. Yes, it seems alright, but here with this profile I wish to make it look like this. Alright, now we have windows, this bottom part, this part here. Next we can create easily floor and the top for ceiling. So let's, from the left view, to create this top part we can just copy this bottom with the shift key, copy, and then mirror by XY plane, move it up like this, so here it meets with the top part of the roof, like that, and then we can create this element. I will start from maybe here, the shift key, I can move it like this, here, create this section, something here, create some seam or section here, and continue like this. Then we can move up and maybe close it here like that, delete this vertex and align this like that. Fine. Then we can use another line to make this all happen. I will use this one, just press Ctrl V to copy it, hide sweep for a while, then I will select with the 3 number key all line and outline it like this. Then on the sweep I will pick new profile, but here I need to delete this line, and here on the sweep we have this OK, disable mirror on XY plane, and from here we need to move it down and align with this like that. Here it seems alright, and we can use this top or top part of the ceiling as a separate element. To do so, we can change here the profile. On the left, I will just move this vertex here, and then I will just do it like what? I can move it as well, or just delete. And delete this one. Move it like this. Okay. So now we have different profile, and from here we can see what we get. Fine. Then I can copy it from here, or I can just doesn't copy here, add edit poly modifier, select this line with the double click, then create shape linear. Okay, and from here I can delete edit poly, but now I have this line. I can affect pivot only, center to object, like that, and move it slightly down on the same level as this one. And from here I can use extrude, cap start, cap end, and not so much for the high, maybe something like that. And it seems that it will be looks all right. Now we have this ceiling part, and so easily we can create the floor. So let's do this. From here we can copy this line, delete the sweep. We can isolate them like that. Select only the line and make outline like that with slight section, delete unneeded one, and from here we can just extrude it for 1 centimeter maybe, or let's make 5, like this. Maybe 4. Okay, for now we have floor, roof, windows. Let's create the doors. We will make them from this window, and here you can see that we have some sections on the windows, so we need to split them. To do so, I will use these lines, and maybe I will also select the impost, this and this, like that. Okay, from here I will add some middle lines here. I will use modeling here. Let's save it. Okay, here I will add edit poly modifier, the Swift loop I will add some more geometry here in the middle, here, like that. Another one. And here. Okay. So it just need to be done. Fine. Then we can select these lines with the double click all the way around. For this side, this, and this one, here and here, like that. So we can use it. Next we need to create chamfer. I will use something like 0.3. Okay. Then we need to select this ring with the shift key, modify selection, select similar. With the Alt X we can check it that everything selected alright. Seems okay. Next we can delete it. Press 3 on the keyboard, cap. Nice. We have this split now. And next let's choose the doors. So I will select the window and the plan. Then here press 5 and select only those elements that belongs to doors, like this. And from here let's detach it as an object. Fine. Then here we can press 2 on the keyboard, then select this like that, and with the connect we can add one segment and move it down like this, maybe, so it matches with these lines. Fine. Then we can create box as a reference, make it 210 centimeters length, isolate these doors and this box, and for them let's press 2 on the keyboard, create connect, and raise it here. Okay, fine. Then we doesn't need this box anymore, or we can just check it, so it will be here. And I think I need to move these lines a little bit more up, like that. Okay, so now we can delete this box. Here we can select these lines, double click on this, and the last one. Make another chamfer, 0.3. Okay. And from here let's select all, then unselect top, middle and bottom, like that. Then we can delete this, press 3 on the keyboard, select all, then cap. Okay, it seems alright for me. And from here I need to detach these elements for the doors. So I'll press 5, select them, then detach. Okay, and for them I will select from the top. Let's press Alt key like that. Okay, and here we need to connect with the two segments, like maybe 80. Press OK, then chamfer 03. Okay, and then let's select all, unselect this. So we need to delete these unneeded parts to create section. Okay, here, 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 and here. Then press delete, 3, Ctrl A, cap. Fine. Now we have these doors elements, and then we need to add some nice elements, like you can see on the bottom, that will look like this. To create them, I will use just a simple cylinder. Create, like this. Another one. Okay. I will change the size to 16. Change the radius to 0.3 and high for 1, maybe move it up here. Okay, so high we need to change to something like 10 centimeters, and it's pretty fine. Maybe a little bit more radius with 0.5, for example, like that, so we can see it. Then as an instance, copy, move it up. Okay, here we can change the sides to maybe 32, or let's keep it 16. Edit Poly Modifier. Then in the middle we can see that we have too much height segments. I will change them to 2. Then at Edit Poly Modifier, select this line, then chamfer with small amount, like that. Here I will select this ring with the shift key, then extrude by local normal minus, maybe like that. Okay, so then I can select this polygon and this polygon, then with the control change to edge, so it keep the selection, then double click with control here and here, and then use chamfer like this. I think it's all right. Now we have these two elements. We can copy it to another door as an instance. Let's see it here. Like that. Then copy for another side as an instance. place it here, and last one as an instance. Okay, so I can move it like that. Fine. Now we have these doors, windows, and something like this. So for now, let's save it. In this video, we'll continue model this exterior scene, and now let's start with interior furniture. To make it easier for me, I will make another layer for this roof part. I will call it R roof and we'll hide it for now. I can also add these things here as well, and I will hide for now the floor. Next, I can create walls on the R layer, and for this I will use line, and from here I will just outline this contour that I have here, something like this, here and here. Close plane, yes, and move this vertex like that. Okay, then I can for a while unhide R roof, select these both, and from the left view I can apply Extrude modifier without cap start and cap end, like this. Maybe it will be okay. And then I can come back here, hide it. I press G on the keyboard to hide the grid, and here we can add more vertex with the refine tool to make these doorways like that. Okay, and here I will add shell modifier with the inner amount, maybe 5 centimeters, and as you can see, corners looks strange, so we check the straighten corners and they will look much more pleasant. Then we need to add edit poly modifier and add connection to create the door like that. We can move it up here, and then we need to select these polygons to create the door, and I will just copy as a copy, Ctrl V on the keyboard, this wall, then Alt Q, and here I can just select these door polygons, detach them, or maybe Ctrl I and delete all of them. Then with inset I will create slide seam, maybe like this. Okay, then Ctrl I, delete this, and then apply, convert to editable poly and apply shell modifier on it with maybe 3 centimeters. Alright, then here with the wall I will just select these all doorways and bridge them like that. Then select, delete this, and delete that kind of thing. Okay, fine. Then when we get all this stuff, we can copy these elements to the doors. So just as an instance copy like this, add them here and on the other sides. Like that. Here as well. Okay, now I have these doors, and then I can continue with, for example, living room. We need always to have reference in front of our eyes so we can see what we're going to do. Here we have some additional element, and I will try to show it for you. So as you can see, it have some step out. To make so, I will go here, create some kind of line like this, go here and then here, close it, yes, make them straight together. Then I can extrude it, cap start and cap end, like that. Then I can copy this and, for example, convert to editable poly, then add another line here, connection. It can be on, maybe if we switch to vertex we can change the height, so I can type in maybe 10 centimeters, something like that. Then I will select these two polygons, then Ctrl I to delete everything else, and from here we can add shell modifier with outer amount, maybe 5 or 10 centimeters. Let's keep it 8, for example. Fine. Then we need add another edit poly modifier, and in the middle I will create connection like that. I can make them invisible. To work with this, I will slightly put down this thing, and then I will just create a copy of it, another copy. Here I will inverse the selection, so I have two polygons that I can use to create a shelf. Here we need to look how it constructed. So here we have 3 sides. Connect like that. Okay, then here we have 4. Let's make them as well, like that. Okay, then we have 1 connection here. I will move it down like that. So we have something like this, and now I need only to make some seams. So I will inset them by polygon with maybe 0.4 centimeters, like that. Then Ctrl I to delete these elements, and then add shell modifier. Create it not so big so they doesn't intersect with each other here. And this is all right for me. Then I can delete this part with the bridge, and then like that delete. Then we can make here bridge as well. Edit poly. Here we need to connect this vertex here and here, then create connection with edge like that, and we can move it slightly here, then with polygons bridge, and then delete. Okay, then I can take this polygon and with the shift key clone to object. Fine. Then I can add shell modifier, make it maybe 6 centimeters or 5, like that. Okay, affect field only, center to object, move it slightly here, like this, and as an instance another copy of it. Okay, fine. Then let's create this table. Just a simple box, and let's create another box for the tabletop, like that. I will make it only 7 centimeters high and move it to maybe 80 or 70 centimeters height, like this. Here it can be 70 as well. Okay, now we have this table. We have this furniture, and we can create another layer, call it furniture. Okay, I will hide it for now to see what I get there. All these elements can go there, like that. Now I can unhide it and make the kitchen. To do so, I will create simple box here, like that. Another box here. Fine. Make it maybe 70. So here 70 centimeters high, and maybe I will make even more, 72. 73 is working. Countertop need to be 75, so I will add additional geometry. For this I can create it with Edit Poly Modifier. Then we need to see how it looks on the reference. And I have something like this, and another one here. We can move them like that, so they will be near each other. This and this. So as you can see, we have here 4 or even 5 elements. So let's create them. Connect 4 times to create 5 elements. Okay. And from here we can copy or just take these polygons. Then with the Shift key, copy to object, select them all, and from here we have some sections here, but let's make them later. I will detach this to create it like that. Okay. Then here select them all, insert 0,4 for each polygon. Okay, Control I and delete this. Then here we can see 4 times, and here you can move them slightly up, because as you can see we have here some rise, and I will with Edit Poly Vertex just move them slightly up, maybe 10 centimeters high. Let's make 7. Okay, here I can also move it to 7 centimeters. Then add connection here like that. Okay, select them all, insert 0 form and by polygon. Okay, Control I, delete. Nice. And here let's continue with shell modifier, maybe 1.5 or maybe just even 1 centimeters, like this. Shell modifier here. Let's move them back where it belongs to be, like this. And from here we can create another surface, clone to object, like that. Add shell modifier and make it slightly bigger, maybe 3 or 2 centimeters. And let's change effect field only, center to object, like that, and move it slightly here. Then in the Edit Poly we can move it slightly like that. So we have this kind of element that will look like this. Okay, fine. And then when we have this, we can take these boxes, move them up as a copy, then make them half of the previous, like this. And from here I will raise them up to maybe something like that. and from here I will also move them like this maybe. Okay, then we can select them all, clone as object, then select inset by polygon 0 form like that. Ctrl I, delete them, and here we have in the center this element. Let's detach it. Okay, then select add line with the connection, move it slightly down like this, then with the chamfer 0,2. Okay, select this polygon and delete it. Now we can add shell modifier here and here, select them all, and then move them back like this. Fine. Then we can make it even higher like that. From here I will move it slightly back like this, and here apply edit poly modifier, create connection, move it here. Okay, then select this polygon and this, the shift key, clone to object, select them all, inset 0 form. Okay, but here I need inset by polygon like that. Okay, Ctrl I, delete them, and add shell modifier, move it backward like this, and then copy to other side like this, apply edit poly modifier, and this vertex needs to go here like that. Then I can select everything but the planes. Let's freeze them. I want to select these all objects and move them slightly back like that. Okay, so now we have this kitchen. Let's create this element, and as you can see here we have another top side. Let's do it like this. Move it up like that, slightly upper like this. So here we need to make them even higher to match like this, and from here let's raise the height so it looks more like on the reference. And here we also have some kind of shelves, so I can just select this element. Maybe it's better to select them both. These elements can go as new object, so I can select them both, move them up slightly, add edit poly and change them like this. Okay, now we have that. And from here I can create this table. To do so, I will create a box. We'll make it 75 centimeters, rotate it like that, and from here I will create this with 60 centimeters, add edit poly, select this vertex, local, maybe parent, yes, parent, move them like that, then add symmetry modifier, flip it, then move it here and rotate like this. And a view local system. It needs to be like that. Then add another edit poly modifier, move this vertex back like this, and we have it. Okay, so as I remember, this vertex needs to go up like that. So we have this top part, and from here we can add another geometry. So I will copy this, like copy, then move it down like this, select this vertex and move them to 0, and from here I will, with the connect tool, select this, connect, move it maybe like that. Okay, then I will delete these elements, select this and this bridge cap like that. From here I can create an extrusion. First of all, I need a connection. Okay, then from here I will select this, extrude, and then I can, as a parent, move it like that. Okay, fine. And then I have some interesting element like this, so I can select this element, insert it like this, then I can extrude it inwards like that. Then I can select this polygon, create clone to object, deselect this, then move it down. I will make it smaller slightly like this, select this vertex and this vertex, move them back, and then move it slightly here. Okay, then I can add shell, create it 1 millimeter. Then I can affect pivot only center to object like that, rotate it on the local, maybe like this, and then with the tools array I can move it up. Preview, Z axis, let's count and let's cancel, change to view like this, and now tools array preview. So now it works fine. Let's decrease the count to maybe 5 elements. Or maybe let's create even 6. and here 1 and 2 centimeter, so it's spread more evenly, like this. And I need to rotate them another direction, like that. Okay, so another time array. I forget, I need to switch to this. Tools, array, preview, 1 centimeter, 6 count, 1, 2 centimeter. Like this. Maybe 1 and 1. Okay, fine. So now I get these elements and I can create a cylinder here. It will look like this. Move it up. Place it here. Only one high segments, sides 18. Height maybe like this. Okay, let's make it here, place it here, and create a copy like this as an instance. Okay, now we have it. Okay, we have the kitchen. Then we have this living room, and we can add now columns on the arc layer. So I create just a cylinder like this, maybe 13 centimeters high, 150. Copy as an instance and another one here like this, and create 36 sides. So now we have all these things done. Unhide all. Yes. Okay, and I get these elements. Now we need to create the doors. As you can see on the reference, we have some blocks like that. To create them, I can just use these elements with slight correction. So I can copy this as a copy, isolate them, and from here I need to select these all elements like that. Then I need to extrude them to maybe 1 centimeter. Let's check them, how they extruded. Seems alright. Okay. Now we have this extrusion. Ctrl I to inverse and delete. But here I forget to select the bottom part, so we need to go back, select the bottom parts, like this, 4 sides. Okay, extrude 1 centimeter, Ctrl I and delete. Okay, for this we can add shell with maybe 3 centimeters like that. Okay, and do the same thing for these guys. So let's select them like that. Okay, here and here. Okay, now when it's done, let's make extrusion 1 centimeter. OK, Ctrl I, delete, and then copy this shell modifier on it, like this. Good. Now we have the doors, and from here we can select all these elements, create maybe a glass shader, like this, diffuse 0, reflection 1, refraction 1, call it glass, and a sign on the door. OK, now we have it. We have the main exterior building. Fine. In this video let's do some environment, and for this I will create new layer, call it environment, and here I will begin with the outline. So with the line tool I will create this contour. I will make it with the invert part, like this, and here I think I don't need to create this spot, just go here like that, and I will finish somewhere here. OK, then let's move this vertex like this. OK, from here I will create Bezier type and change it like this. Interpolation, make adaptive. Here Bezier corner, and move it slightly here. Here and here I wish to make this Bezier corner, this as Bezier, so I can make it smoother, like this, and here I will move it like that. OK. Now when I have this main contour I can call it like that. And move it slightly down as a copy, make backup. OK. Now here I can add edit poly and move it to something like this. Here will be the plane of the ground, and I can even call it like ground. OK, hide it for now, or I will copy from here and move it to this level, like that. OK. Now I can hide it. Here I wish to create this element, so I will delete this line and this, and maybe even that. Then select all, I mean this element, then outline it like this, and we have it. Next we can, from this view as facets, extrude to something like that, Okay, so next I can copy this contour again, move it to this level, and repeat the process, but now I will delete these parts. I will move this one here, and with the refine tool I will move it like that here and like this. Okay, here I can create line, because I don't want to mess up with this curved line, and here create this sort of element. But now we need to align them, so I will do this, and these two vertices need to be weld like this. Good. And here I can outline it like this. Okay. Then extrude to something higher like this. And you need to check that interpolation set to adaptive. Okay, now then we can use this contour to create this grass. I will copy it like this, move it here. I will select the plane. First of all, I need to unfreeze it like this. And from here I will delete these two elements. Okay, this vertex I will move here, and then create line from here to here. Just create a few vertex to create this nice curved shape. With less vertex you have more easy control of them, so I don't recommend you to create too much vertex. Make it corner and set like this. Okay, so here we can select this element, control to segment. Okay, I will just manually select them all like this without, and move it down. Okay, so now I can select all vertex, press weld, and now we have closed shape. Nice. Here I can change it to Bezier corner and begin to work with this alignment. Make it Bezier. Fine. Another Bezier like this. Nice. We have here like that. Another one. As you can see, with this Bezier type of vertex, you can easily create whatever shape you like. Just need some practice and everything will be alright. Okay, now like this. Here another one, and we almost finish. I will make it like this. Okay, so now we can unhide all and change them to this position. Fine, I will call it grass. Like this. And here we have some additional light, so you can see it here and here. It will look like this, so I will create such one with a circle, maybe like this or so. And I can move it to one level as a copy, like this. And from here I can attach this circle. So when I add edit poly, I get this hole for the light, and here I will copy this like that, so we can have another one here. And to make the gravel, I will copy this line, grass contour, delete edit poly. From here I will isolate it, and I don't need these elements, so I will delete them. And on the top I will move this vertex as a corner. Here I will make Bezier corner and reset tangents, but it looks something strange, so I'll just delete this element and delete that. I can move this vertex here, then I create line and go from here to here. Or I have even better idea, I can delete that. Then I can select this wall, isolate them, create a copy of it, delete extrude, hide this. From here I will delete this outer line, like that. Okay, fine. And here I will move this vertex as a corner, like that. And here this vertex also move here. Nice. Then I can select this circle, delete it, attach these both lines, Ctrl A to select all, and then weld. Okay, fine. Then I can attach this circle and then edit poly, so I get the gravel contour like this. Okay, fine. As you can see here, we have some issue. To fix it, I will go back to line, select this circle and move it down like this. Okay, now with edit poly we have more clean geometry. Fine. Then I can hide them for a while. We get this plane, so I will create first of all this, decrease the length and width segment, copy it like this, then rotate, to something like that, and increase length and width. Okay, fine. Then we have these circles for the grass. I will change creation method from the edge, so I can add these circles like that. Okay, fine. And here the last one. Then we can convert to editable spline, attach all these grass circles to one element, so we can easily work with it. I will add edit poly and name it grass circle. Okay, if you wish you can add more of these lights here, but I will not. From here I can unhide all, and with this element let's for a while change a little bit plane of the ground, so I will move it like here, select the outer line, and with the shift I will extrude it until it meets with this. So I have additional geometry that will hide everything on the bottom. Okay, now I can hide this selection, and here I will create some geometry from this circle. To do so, first of all I will move it slightly down on this level. From here I will add edit poly, then I will copy it, Ctrl V, copy, delete edit poly, just add extrude. It will be the glass, so I will make it maybe 2 centimeters high, like this. And for the bottom part with edit poly, I can select this, make inset like that. Okay, and then delete this, select all borders, then with the shift extrude it like that. The circle, as you can see, we need to set up adaptive, so I will delete edit poly, make it adaptive here as well, so it looks more rounder. And now edit poly and repeat these steps with the inset. Okay, delete, select all, the shift key, move this down, then bridge it, and we get it. Here I can select them, group, okay, and here I will just make a copy, like an instance, and then align with this. Okay, now we have it. And we get pretty much all elements that we need to create this environment stuff. I will save it. In this video I want to show you how to add chamfers. So if you have pretty decent amount of RAM, you can make this model more high poly. I will begin with this wall, just add chamfer modifier. We can add more segments, like 3, create tension 0.5, and smooth chamfers only. Okay. Next we can copy this chamfer to this plane or object. Here I will decrease the amount of segments to 1. Okay, and I will hide them for a while, so I know that I already done it. Here I can also hide selection, I doesn't need them. On this element I can add chamfer as well. It also added here, and I will decrease amount to 0.1 centimeter, maybe 0.2, and smooth chamfers only. Okay, so we can hide them. Next, with the ceiling, let's add for the outer profile, first of all, chamfer. Let's make it maybe 0.2 centimeters or even less, because we need to have here nice geometry. Like this, I think will be all right. So now we can hide selection. This element also need to have chamfer. I will create 0.1 centimeter, smooth chamfers only, and I will create same chamfer for this impost and the dove side element. Okay, now I can hide it. Select these both, isolate them, and from here I will see what kind of chamfer do I want to have. 0.2, 0.1, maybe 0.15. Smooth chamfers only. Copy this chamfer here, and we can hide these both elements, this as well. So now we can work with the glass. Chamfer 0.1 and smooth chamfers only. Fine. then add chamfers here, here, and on this side, like that. Then we can hide them. This one also. Okay, so this chamfer we can copy on the bottom, and I hope it will work all right. Then hide all this element. We doesn't need the chamfer on the columns, so we can hide them as well. Here we have important moment with the floor, because we need to have all objects stand up on it, and I will make it 2 centimeters. If you have low RAM, so you can keep only this geometry and just place it like that. If you will add floor generator like me, we can move it down even more on -4 centimeters. Then from here create a copy, delete the extrude, and raise this line like that. Then add floor generator, make max length 100 centimeters, 7 centimeters max width, and here extrude 1 and 8 centimeter and bevel 0.2. So your objects need to stand on the floor. Okay, now we can add chamfer here to this table, maybe 0.3, 3 segments, tension 0.5, smooth chamfers only, like this. Another chamfer here, and the same chamfer let's add for these shelves. Okay, then we can copy this chamfer, add it here, and decrease the amount to maybe 0.15, like this. Copy it here. As you can see, in some cases Macs can have some lags, so be careful, make savings. Okay, so I will save and try to hide this floor, because the chamfer suddenly appears to him. Hide selection, and from here chamfer like that. Another one here, same for the doors and on the kitchen, like that. Don't forget any of them. So I will try to make it faster, like this. All these elements already have it, and we need to add more here. .05 or 0.2, smooth chamfers only. Copy it to another elements, like this. One more on the wall. Maybe 0.3. Make 3 segments, tension 0.5, smooth chamfers only, and here as well. Okay, for now we have it on all elements. Now we can add floor generator here and copy it here. Fine. Then unhide all, and we have all chamfers. Hey guys, Denis here. In this video let's add some furniture. I already find something like will look similar that we have on the reference, so we can save the time, and from models interior just can export, merge it, import like this, move it slightly here, and we can all these elements add to the furniture layer like that. I will ungroup them for a while, then we can move these chairs so they match with the table. We can make more copies and slightly rotate them randomly so they look more interesting. Then copy on the other side like this. Okay. This will look more interesting. Then we can place sofa and the table somewhere like this. We can match it with the floor plan. Yes. Then we have this chair table that will be the kitchen, so I can place it like that. Let's see how it looks. Here matches as well. Okay, fine. Then I will just copy these chairs 3 times and then rotate them like this. Nice. Then we can place this oven somewhere here, isolated. Okay, then I will select this element. On the edit poly I will select this. With the shift key I will copy to object, then here cap it and then move slightly here so it matches with the oven size. Copy the chamfer. From here I will affect pivot only, center to object, then rotate it as a copy, then move here, rotate even more. Fine. And on the edit poly I will move it here like this, and from the top let's move it down like this, slightly here. Okay, fine. And we can move it from the down side. Okay, good. As you can see here, I have it slightly down, so I will just raise up this element with all of this. Like that. Like this and this. Okay, we can group them. Nice. Then move up. Like this. Select these elements. Then add edit poly. Or here on the edit poly, we can just raise it up. And with the chamfer, looks alright. Slightly down. Nice. And the last one here, I also need to raise it up. Okay. Now we have it. And the last one, I have this cooktop and sink. Okay, so on the top view, I can move it here and place like that, and the sink, move it here. Then I can add more segments, but first of all I will move it down like this. Then here on the edit poly, just add segment here, another one here, and some of them like that. So I can select this polygon and delete it. Then with the shell and chamfer it will look alright. Next I need to select this box, select this, isolate them, and do the same thing. The edit poly here, need to create connection, only 2 segments, move them like this, and the same thing here. Just move them like that. Okay, then select this polygon, extrude it on the bottom like this, and here we have this nice sink. I can move it down a little bit more like that. Okay, now when we have all these elements set up, I will add decor later, so it doesn't take much more memory. In this video we will add some plants to our project. First of all, I will hide plants, then I will select environment layer, and here in the models exterior you will have some models, for example simple grass. I will merge it here and place somewhere like that. Then I can create a rectangle to make it more visible. Enable in render viewport and create it with 10 centimeter width. Okay, so here we have our grass, and from here I will add it to current layer. Check. With the grass I get this unneeded layer, so I will delete him. And now we need to create Corona proxy. You can do it from the Corona toolbar, or you can make it through the object creation method. Like here, Corona proxy, Corona scatter. So first of all I will add Corona scatter, and we need to make this grass as a proxy. So I will right mouse button click Corona proxy exporter. If you doesn't have it, you can go to customize user interface, and here from the quads find Corona render, Corona proxy exporter, just drag and drop it here and then save it. Okay, so now I will proxy this grass. I will create new folder, proxy, okay, and here I will name it grass small 01. If you have low RAM computer, you doesn't need to add more grass than this, because it will take much more memory. Here I will select collapse and export to single proxy file, replace source object and point cloud. Export selected. Okay, now we have this grass, and then we can select Corona scatter. Here we will select distribute on object this grass contour and right click to disable this picking tool, then instance object this Corona proxy, right click, and here we have it like this. Next we need to set up simple light and start the render. In the Corona render settings I will go to performance tab, secondary solver will select path tracing and enable force path tracing for interactive render. I will set 30 passes maximum for the interactive render, so it doesn't calculate anymore, and select new light solver. Nice. Then go to the scene, use Corona, and here I will create another layer tab for the material. We will add Corona bitmap and load this Hdri map. I download it from Hdri Heaven, and here I will add also Corona color correct. Then plug this to this slot, and now we need to set up material overwrite. For this I will just drag and drop it here like this as an instance. Then we need to add this window to the exclude list, or you can select preserve glass materials like that. Okay, now if we will start interactive render from the Corona toolbar or in the Corona render settings, we get this message about missing textures. To solve this, we can go to collect asset. If it doesn't have it, I will add video with instructions how to install it. Here we select folder with textures, open, include subfolders, search, and then resolve path. Okay, now we have them, and from here if we will start interactive render, we can see that it to yellow. We just need to stop white balance. I will type in 4800 And here we have it. For now, with Corona Scatter, we have too low count of the grass, and here I don't like this smooth effect that get from the fast preview denoiser. In the Corona settings, we need on the performance tab disable fast preview denoise during render, and now it will not smooth this result. Okay, here I will type in count with maybe 15,000 like this, and now we have much more even distribution of the grass. Then I will change rotation to 36 degrees, and here the scale can be from 80 to 100, but be careful with this scale, because if you have much more large clamps, it will looks not realistic, like somebody created these clamps, and just keep watching to this parameter. Next we need to add the trees. As you can see on the reference, we have some close-up trees, and for now I will disable the scattering, close the interactive render, and here we have also I prepared models with the trees. If you have low RAM, use low poly trees. If you okay, you can use some from here. So now we just need to merge them like this. For example, I merge all the trees that I have and then place them here so they doesn't appears in the render, and from here I will copy them and place here like that. Here we need to stop the camera so we can see how it looks, and for this I will go here, cameras, Corona Cam, set up it like this, then with the right click go here and select Corona Camera. Next we need to see the reference resolution, so check it out in renders, and here we have it. Just copy this resolution from here to Corona render setup like this, and we get it. Then I need to select show save frames, so we get this frame as we set it up in the Corona render setup. Next I will move it slightly like this, here like that. Then I can select Corona camera target and align it like this. We can make it mode always on top, so I can see it clearly in front of me, and then I can change slightly the camera, how it looks, and from here we need to select the camera, and here we need to change focal length to 24, only this parameter, and here automatic vertical tilt, so it doesn't create these wrong vertical lines. Okay, from here we can see how the tree look, and you need by yourself to copy them to select which kind of the tree you like. I will do it later so it doesn't take too much time on the recording. Here we also need to add textures for the trees, and the last thing that we need to the front plants, close-up plants, this hedge. I also prepared some models. Here we have them. Hedges also low poly or high poly. I will use untrimmed version so it looks more naturally. I will merge them like this. and from here I will move it like that. Okay, I will select only the middle one and will delete the other. Then from here with the Corona proxy exporter I will call it like Hdri export selected, then select another one, rename to 02, export selected, then another one. As you can see, it's a very useful tool, Corona proxy exporter. It allows to us very fast and easy export with this mesh. Okay, now when we export all of them, we can create the line. And here I saw that we have this kind of wall here, so I can create another box like this, make it until here, and raise the height like this. Okay, so here I need to change it, something like that. From here I will put it down like this and slightly higher. Okay, then I can copy chamfer to it, and from here we can continue. We need to select this wall, Ctrl V to copy, then from here delete chamfer, extrude, and we need only the line. I will delete these parts of it, then I will select this line with the 3 key and then outline like this, and then delete this contour so I get some space from the wall, and I can use this line in the Corona scatter. I can isolate it, for example, like that. So I surely select this line, then scattering on spline, nice, and from here I will instance this object like that. Now we have them here. I can change the spacing to 80, and then I will make rotation 60 degree, 360. Then we will change the scale from maybe 70 to 80 like that, and then we need to find the textures. Okay, search include subfolders, resolve path. Okay, and in the interactive render, as you can see, we now have these hedges, these bushes. If you wish them go until the end, we can select this line and make it slightly longer, so we have another additional geometry here, and in the end we have this main. In this video we will work on this gravel, and to do so, first of all we need to import it. I prepared these gravel rocks so we can just merge them like that. Then here I have some wrong geometry settings, so I need to reset these selected forms, and then convert to editable poly like that, so they have right position of their origin. And here I will copy this frame like that. I will create another Corona scatter, and here I will rename it to gravel. Okay, now we need to make contour for it. I will use this contour backup. With the shift key I will copy it and rename as gravel contour. Okay, and from here I need to move it slightly down like this. Then I will select it, create outline inside so it almost touch the building. Then I will delete this and create in the view of the camera outline from this one like that maybe. Okay, move slightly up. Okay, next I wish to isolate them. In the scatter I will select this object, distribute on. Then here in selection I can select the gravel rock, name like this. Okay, and here we need to set up the settings. So first of all I will set up rotation 360 degree for all slots like that. Scale will make from 80 to 110, and here let's take a look how it appears on the render. We can change amount to maybe 100 like that, and here I wish to enable spacing, avoid collision, and create it only 60% like this. Then I think that it's pretty fine and we can work with that, and we will look further when we add material with the gravel on this ground to see how it looks together. For now I also recommend to add these circles to this grass scatter so we can see the grass on it too. In this video let's create some trees on this hill, so we will create simple landscape and scatter them on it. First of all we need to convert these trees to chronoproxy. If you have low RAM, you don't need to make so much trees, you just need to take only 1 or 3 of them, and when I will convert them to chronoproxy I will continue the video. But before this we also need to move this building so it touches the gravel. I can turn off environment for a while, then take this house and then I can just move it slightly down like this. Okay, so I will now convert these to proxy and we will continue. Okay, now when I convert them to proxy files, we need to create some landscape, and I will create it with line tool. Just begin to create some low poly contour like that maybe. It doesn't need to be too much of polygons or it will be too hard to work with it. I will move it like this maybe. Okay, fine. Then we need to add Extrude modifier on it. Disable cap start and cap end. Change the amount. Then add editable poly modifier. Then select the border. We need to select this higher one and simply with the scale tool change it like this. Then as you can see the polygons are black. Now we need to flip them like so, and from here we can change a little bit the character of this geometry like that. I just continue to extrude it move it slightly down, then extrude with the scale again and rise them up. Then we need to select these polygons and bring them down like this. Then we can select this vertex from here and move them down also. So we get some kind of line, a hill here. I will move them more like that. Okay, then I can take this vertex and rise them up a little bit like this. Then I will select this border with the scale by z-axis. I will change it like this, make it more planar, and from here we can continue. I will detach these polygons so the trees only scatter on this contour, and here I just create corona scatter. Then I will select this landscape, add the trees that will be scattered on it, select them like this. Now you can see how much of them, and they are looking not directly up. To solve this, I need to change align to normal to something like 1, but I will keep it maybe 0.9 or so. Then I will enable collisions and make them only 15%. Then I can change scale from maybe 70 to 100. Then we need to make the rotation 36 degrees. We can change the rotation here, -5 to 5, here -5 to 5, like that. Okay, we can also change the translation by z-axis from minus maybe 50 centimeters to 0. It will add randomness to our trees, and from here we can look how it looks. And from here you can see that we already getting this nice kind of result, but we need more trees that will go up here. So I can change it like so. You need just to change the landscape so it appears more interesting. I will only select these edges, so here I need them to go up like that, here as well, maybe a little bit of that. Okay, and here I will select these two edges, move them slightly back and rise them up like that. Maybe it will be all right. For example, this dot here, back, and maybe this vertex need to go here. Okay, I will move it slightly up. Okay, fine. And you just need to continue changing this landscape until you get the result that you like. It can take some time, so I will finish the video here. You just need to take a time and changing some scatter parameters, some landscape. You can create the result that you will like. Here I will recommend to change the frequency of some trees. For example, I don't wish too much of them, so I will change the frequency to 0.3 for this one and another one. You also can change the random seed that you can find here. So Corona will change how it scatters the trees, and you will get another variant, and you can try 5 or 10 to find the best solution for your case. In this video I want to show you how I improved slightly my grass, but this thing only for those people who have enough RAM. And here let's see what I've got. I add some poof, then I add some small bushes or grass. I don't really know how it spells correctly, but you can see how it looks. All this model I will include in the folder with the project, so you can copy or find any other variants. And here what I have for the grass, some plants that look like this. Then we have some elements here with yellow flowers. I split the big one to smallest, so it scatters more interesting. Then I have yellow and green grass, and here I have also white flowers. Then if we will look with the scatters how it looks one by one, let me show you. So the settings of the scatters are pretty similar. You just create rotation, then you add scale differences and change the count. Then let's uncheck them all and see how it looks. First of all, I add green layer of grass, and then to add more variability, add the yellow grass. So we have random color that will looks more interesting. If you doesn't like it, you can leave just a green color. Next, I add some more flowers. As you can see, I have yellow and white flowers. Then I add some plants with different leaf shapes, and after that I add some tall grass on the sides, so we have the similar effect. And this is it. This is pretty much all that I made, so you can try to experiment by yourself, and we will come back to this grass when we will work with materials. Now it's just for the right understanding how it can look in the later versions of this project. Hope you will try to experiment with your own scene, trying different grass type. In this video I want to show you how to set up camera. First of all, I need to mention that if you need to know all technical stuff about cameras, about all settings, you can check the Corona course. It's called Unlock Corona Render. Then here we will speak only about how to place the camera. So for example, we can set up this view. So I will create a camera. I will place it here. Then we need to know the aspect ratio of this frame. So here I can check it. I have 1410, 94:0. So you have two variants. You can go to render setup and here change the render frame size. Or you can download and set up camera resolution mod. So it will help you to change aspect ratio directly in the camera. And here, when you change your camera, it will change the aspect ratio. So to see the frame correctly, you need to enable show save frames, Shift+S F. And next we need to choose the focal length. You change only this setting. And for example, if you have more close-up frames like this, it will have more high value like 50 here, and as you can see, you create more bokeh effect, but you get less degree the camera angle. When you change it to more width lens like 24, you will get less bokeh effect, but you will also get more field of view, and it will allow you to show more objects in frame. Next, when you stop the aspect ratio, we need to find the composition that was used here. As you can see, we have some lines that goes here, and I will try to recreate it. So I need to rotate the camera, and as you can see, here we have the wall, and this means that I need to choose more width lens, like let's try 16, and as you can see, we get something unlike this. Maybe even I can use 18mm. Next, you need to know how high your camera located, so I can place it like this, because I here see the table countertop like that, and from here we have this space between the building and the end of the frame, top end. Maybe here we have less high wall, but it all can be changed. I will leave it as it is, and from here your object can be differently placed. Now let's see how we can change the position of the camera. Maybe it's something like this, so I don't have this trace out of the frame, something like that, and it's pretty similar. You can leave it like this, and in the end, if you doesn't like the end look, you can slightly change. It always have some changes when you get to the final render, so don't waste too many time on this, but try to get as similar as much as you can. In this video, let's create some cuts in the ceiling so we can place lights there. First of all, let's merge into the scene spotlights. They will look like this. Then we can create new layer, call it lights. Okay. And here we can delete all but this rectangular light. So just delete them, select OK. Then from here, let's open this group, delete this target light and create new corona light. I can isolate and from here create new corona light, place it in the middle, something like this, and then with align we can align it like that. Okay, then we can group it together like this, or we can just attach this light to this group. Fine. Next we need to place them like that. They will be in pair with two pieces. Let's place them like that, maybe as an instance. Then you can copy them and place here. Okay. Also as an instance, let's select them all, or just two of them, group. Okay. It will be easier for us to work with them as a pair or group of light. So I can select both of them, go to tools, array, and from here let's click preview. By y-axis we need only 3 count of them as an instance. Okay, and from here we can move it like that. Okay, I think from here we can see that it's all right. I will place it like this. Fine, press OK. Then we can select 3 of them and copy like this as an instance. Okay, let's select them all. I press Ctrl plus Q Then I can move them up to see how it looks in the kitchen. It needs to be somewhere like that. And from here I can move to the next thing. Let's just raise them up a little bit more, like this. Okay. Then we can hide for a while this part and work with only this ceiling. We can create backup. First I will rename it, then Ctrl V to make copy, ceiling, backup. Okay. And hide it so it doesn't distract ourselves. And next we will delete him when we will finish with this ceiling. But for now let's create some cuts. I will convert these to editable poly. From here, let's see how it goes. It goes from here to here. So I will enable edge mode. From here I will enable slice plane, rotate it by 90 degrees, and we have on this side some cuts that will go here. So I press slice, then another one like that, maybe slice, then we can rotate it. First of all, let's create another slice for the kitchen. So here I can see it, slice one time and another, maybe like this. Okay, then we will rotate it like this so it matches with this wall, and from here I will slice it, and one more time like this, slice. Then we go here and create slice for this wall. Here it will look similar, one and another slice like this. Then we need to create another cut here. I will disable angle snaps by pressing A on the keyboard so I can rotate it like this, press slice, and then from here I will select this one. You can see that we have some issue here, so we need to use slice plane again. I will reset it, rotate like this by 90 degrees and move it here. Okay, fine, slice. Then as you can see we have some ugly mess here, but we will just select what we need. These parts we can extrude them by -10 centimeters like that. Nobody will see this mess, so we can keep it like this to make this whole process more simple, because it will not be visible but can take a lot of time. And here also extrude -10. Okay. Then we need to create boxes for the lights, so we can then, using Pro Boolean, cut them. I will create box here, then convert it to editable poly. From here I will move this vertex like that, and here another pair of them. Okay, effect pivot only, center to object. Then we can copy as an instance like this, but before I will change the height like that, so we can easily match them with the ceiling. Select both of them. Okay, and from here let's see how it looks. Maybe something like that will be nice. Then from here I can copy it, and here we can place with these snaps like that. Then I will select them all for objects as a copy. Let's place them here, and another one also as a copy. we can place here. Fine. And then we can select only these 3 pair of groups for object and the last one. Okay, now another copy for the kitchen. Let's find them and place like that. Okay, so now we can select all these boxes, ceiling. We can attach all these boxes together and try how they work. So I will attach from list like that, and as you can see we get some issues. So let's convert to editable poly and try attach again. Now it works fine. So now with the ceiling, let's save our scene. Go to the Create tab, Compound Objects, Pro Boolean, start picking and choose these boxes. Now it works. Okay, so we can convert to editable poly. Then when we enable edge, it will select all the edges. Then we can add more edges to the selection. This with the stripe light like that. Okay, so next with the chamfer, just simply let's make 0.2 centimeters. It's not perfect, but I think it will work. Okay, so now we have all the things done, but as you can see I press Ctrl Z so it doesn't appear with this ugly shading. We need to disable smooth. Okay, so now it looks more pleasant for me, and in the next videos we'll continue to work with lights. In this video let's create some lines for the light. To do so I will use simple line tool, and here I will start with the kitchen like that. Here I need to make it with extrude, only 2 centimeters for amount, and here I will rise it up like this, place it below the ceiling. Okay, and here I can assign Corona Light MTL on this object, add this object to exclusion like this, and if I will start interactive render I will get nice light result. As you can see here we have our light, and if in some case it will be in the opposite direction, you need just to apply normal, so it will change the face of polygon inside or outside. In our case we doesn't need him, it all works like it should, but if it doesn't, you know now how it can be changed. Here I will next copy this line, place it here for the living room, then I will change line position like this, more on x-axis. Okay, here I can move it like this. Fine. Then we have it in place, and now maybe we need to apply normal modifier. Let's see how it looks. Also we need to add him to exclusion, so add him like that. Now mostly it light to this part of the wall, we need the opposite direction, so I apply normal modifier and it will show up as we need it. Okay, so we can continue with the light creation. Let's copy it to the bottom. Okay, here I need to isolate this shelf part, so we create LED strip on the bottom. Here I will use inset a little amount, then extrude it like -5. Okay, then I will move this light inside like this. We can delete normal modifier, or no, we need him, so on the line I will change it like this here and little bit here. Okay, fine. Put it down. Let's see how it appears here, like this. Okay, fine. Then we also add him to the exclusion and fast check how it works. Yes, it shows up as we need it to be. Okay, fine. Then we need to create some LED strips under the shelf like this. So here I will take 2 of them. They made as an instance. So here on the edit poly I will create connection. Connect it like this. Okay, fine. Then I need to extrude it down a little bit. Okay, then select this border with the shift key, extrude it up and cap. Then we select this vertex and this vertex and connect them like that. Okay, fine, select them all, flip so it appears as it needed to be. Then we can go here, delete the shell modifier, and with the edit poly let's change the high so it matches with the books. Okay, and from here I can change this high like this and it looks pretty fine for me. Okay, now I will select this polygon with the local normal aligned. I will with the shift key create clone to object, select it, made not so big, just move it up. Okay, fine. And I will also assign chronolite material on it. And let's copy it to the upper part as an instance. Okay, you also need to spend time to name it properly. I will not do it now, so the video will not so long. Okay, here I just need to move it slightly back like this, maybe a little bit more. Okay, here we also need to change it so like this. Fine. I think I create some mistake, but okay. Ctrl-Z helps me. Let's start interactive render and see what we get. We also need to add these 2 objects to exclusion. Yes, they shows as they need to be, so we don't worry about that. Later we will change the intensity and everything will be okay. So like this, just change intensity and it shows up. Okay, now let's move to the kitchen. I will create a simple LED light for the countertop, so we can select this item. Here on the edit poly let's add connection, only 1 more. Okay, move it like this. Let's see. Yes, this is what I needed. Next we can extrude this part a little bit down like that. Okay, select these elements and with the shift key create clone to object. Nice. Then we can move them slightly back, assign chronolite material on it, make them not so high like this. Okay, from here when we will come back we need to change the height of these elements so they matches. Let's see. Okay, and then these LED stripes, change them like this and we get this kitchen light, and I think it looks alright for me. In the next video we will continue. You have your own homework to rename all objects, all lights, so it will have more correct names, so you can work later. In this video let's add some exterior lights. To do so, let's load some models that I have been prepared for you. First one for the wall. Next we can add another light for the trees. And the last one can be the spotlight that can be on the ground. So you have these 3 models, and let's change lights to Corona. To do so, I will open this group, select this light and change it with the Corona light. I will just create chronolight, change it to sphere like this, and with align tool I can align it with this light. Okay, I will rename it wall light 001. Okay, and from here we can delete this light and leave only the chronolight. Okay, now we can create group from this. Okay, and here let's change the position of this target. I will open the group and make it slightly upper like this. From here we can create another chronolight, then we can make it targeted and also align with this light like this. Then we can select target and align it with this target. Okay, now we can delete target light and change chronolight to disk and keep it like this. Then we can close this group and attach this light to the group, but before I will move this disk by local normals more inwards like this, and from here we can select this light, group, attach to this. Okay, I will not use for now this spotlight because I don't want now create intersections from this plane with the ground. Okay, let's copy this light below the trees. Now we need to position it like this maybe. And here, before you copy this group with light, you need to change the name, so when we will open Chrono Lister it will have proper names and we can easily stop the light. After that I copy this light below the tree, and then this wall lamp I also copy it and place on the wall like we can see here on the reference and here. So I just copy it on these walls, and that's pretty much all. Next, as you can see, when we open Corona Light Lister, we have all lights prepared for the next setup. In this video, let's talk about Hdri Maps, how they work, and the basic logic of how I select them. So first of all, you need to go to Hdri Heaven, for example. I always use this site. Here you can choose Hdri Outdoor category, and from here you can begin select those maps that you like. I advise you to look at these spheres. They can very informatively talk you what kind of Hdri here. For example, we have different position of sun, we have different colors, and all these things matter. Here, for example, I download some Hdri maps, and to test them very quickly, we can move like this. You create first of all Corona bitmap and select one of Hdri maps. Next you add Corona color correct and connect them, so you can create some adjustments with this Hdri map. Then you can copy with the shift key like this, and then from here begin to select different maps like that, and all of them will be loaded here into the max. I will delete them because I already load them up. Next, when you start interactive render, you can create output map. It appears here. Just create output and load it, Hdri map to it. Then in the render setup scene tab, you can load this output here as an instance, and next you only need to change different maps to see how they works. It's really fast and easy way to see how Hdri map works and which of them work best in your case. So how I select them? For example, I found that on my reference I have these long shadows that works like this. Okay, next I see how my Hdri work. Here, for example, I can rotate it. So I will begin to rotate it until it will match with shadows and reference. Here, as you can see, I have more long shadows for the trees. So I need to look for another Hdri map. I can check the position for this map. And as you can see here, it appears somewhere like this and give me like 45 degrees shadow. So I need to look for something else like this sunrise where the sun are more lower to the horizon, and I will load and check it out how it looks. Here the sunrise, I can load it and see. Now when I rotate it by 25 degrees, it give me more long shadows, but doesn't give me enough light here. So I will try to look for another Hdri map, and this seems that works better. It's not so low like here, but it also higher than, for example, this. So we can see on these shadows on this sphere that it will give me more closer result that I need. So I just simply load it up, and here we get this kind of effect. Next, you need to change some settings in Corona color correct. For example, we can change the exposure. I will use 1 and 5 to make it brighter. Next, we can change white balance here to make it look not so cold, for example, like this. If I right click on the image, you can see numbers and colors. For example, right column RGB shows me that here blue color are much more intensive than the others, so I can change white balance to 7000, and now the numbers are much closer to each other and I really like it. Next, you can change the filmic highlights to make these bright spots not so bright. So I will use, for example, 0.7, and you keep going. You need to sort out which Hdri map will work best for your case. Try to not stop on the first Hdri map that looks nice. Try to use different and search between of them. Like try, for example, 10 different Hdri maps and found the one that works the best in your case. Now let's turn on artificial light in the interior. To do so, I will first of all change the intensity for the LED line. I will try to start with intensity 50, and next all we need to do is turn on spotlights in the living and in the kitchen, because we prepared them to work with Corona Light Lister. We can now easily manipulate them. Here I will leave the intensity as 1000 and color Kelvin temperature 4000. If it doesn't have it, just turn it on. And this is pretty much it. All you need to do when dealing with daylight, first of all, you find correct Hdri map, and then after you found one, separately turning on interior lights. And when you work this way, you can more easily control all the parameters, all the settings. Just separate them, don't create the mess, and everything will be alright. If you have any question, please ask me. Try to set up by yourself different kinds of daylight setup. In this video I want to show you how to work with Corona Sun and Corona Sky. It is the easiest and simple way to create light in the scene. To do so, we need to go to Create tab. Here, select Lights, Corona and Corona Sun. I prefer to create it from the top view, so I can, with the left click mouse, target the sun, then raise mouse up or down and another click to fix it. Next, I press right click and go to the settings. On Modify tab, here we can start interactive render, and as you can see, our render are not so good for now. It can look like this, and to solve this problem we need to add Corona Sky. I will lock render to this camera view so I can here change the settings of the sun. First of all, we need to press Add Corona Sky Environment. As you can see here, from none it will appear to Skylight Environment. Next, it is too bright light source, so we need to change the exposure to something like -5, and we will get more pleasant result. Next, we can change the position of the sun, so it is the most powerful feature of this method, as you can do whatever shadows and light patterns that you like. So as we can see on the reference, we get these kind of interesting lone shadows, and we can easily do them with just the position of the sun. With Hdri Maps we need to find another one until we get what we want. Here we can easily manipulate with this position and change it as we wish. Next, we can adjust the size of the sun or its intensity. Here, for example, if we will change the size, it really will change it, but often we doesn't see him. We can turn off visibility of this disk, or if we doesn't see it, main thing why we change the size is to change the character of shadows. Now they're too blurry, and if we will set low values it will be very sharp, but default one is work as in real world. Next, we can change the intensity to make it not so bright, and this all up to you, but one is the real world feature. Next, we can turn off the Corona Sun and work only with Corona Sky to create some kind of overcast day. Next, if you wish, you can change the Corona Sky settings. Just drag and drop it into the material editor, and here you can change the intensity of the sky, horizon blur. So if we will unlock the camera view, we can see how it works. Here we have the ground, we have the color of the sky. We can change to raw fake settings and here change the colors. It's all up to you, but often we just use the standard way. And this is pretty much it, how you can work with Corona Sun and Corona Sky. In this video I want to speak about evening or night light and my workflow, how I deal with it. So first of all, you need to understand the hierarchy of evening and daylight. When we work with daylight, we have Hdri Map that will work as a main source of light, and maybe some artificial lights work as a secondary light, which will give only some kind of the mood or accent, but not as a main source of light. When we deal with the evening or night light, artificial light became the main light, the main source of light, which will produce most of the light in the scene, and Hdri Map become only addition to it that will create some kind of mood. So if we will work with this reference, first of all we need to find some nice Hdri maps with the evening or sunset. So when you do this and you found some interesting Hdri map, you need to check them. As we worked with the daylight, I also create some corona bitmap with corona color correct. And here, let's start interactive render and see what we've got. Here I found that not so many corona lights needed in the beginning. So here we can see pretty dark trees and pretty dark grass. This means that the Hdri map not lit the scene too much. So I decrease the exposure here from 0 to -2. So I get more dark values on the grass and on the trees. Next, I need very bright light in the interior, so open up Corona Light Lister, and here I change value of intensity for the spotlight to 20,000, the same value for the kitchen, and after that you can decide do you need or not some light for the trees, and it all depends on your reference, on your preference, which of them do you wish to create. And next, when we get the main lights set up, I don't like this overbright area, so if you wish you can do so, but I will keep it more in this kind of the mood. We can also decrease filmic highlights if you wish. And next, all we've got to do is to decide do we need some cheating with fake lights, like we have some more light here, and I can create fake rectangle, turn it on, turn off visibility in all these settings, and it will give me some more lights for this backside. And it's all to you, do you wish or not to create such kind of effect, but I need to show it for you. Next, when you decide that it's okay, we can also work with LUT, choose some of them that will give you the result that you wish and go with it. Next, when you work, for example, with another camera, for example, like this, here we have more greenish look, so I will turn off the LUT and change the Hdri map to this, and also rotate it so the bright part of Hdri map will be here. And now we get pretty similar mood, we just need to change the LUT so it matches more with the reference. Also we can work later in post-production. So this is pretty much it. If you have any question, please ask me and try some different variants. Only the practice will give you a nice result. In this video I want to show you how to create sky with gradient ramp. First of all, you create this map. Next, you need to find some good references with the sky, so you can use more realistic colors. I, for example, take this Hdri map, for example, and here all we need to do is to connect gradient ramp to output or directly to this slot output. For me, solving problem not to open all the time this render setup window, so I can work directly from here in the material editor. And here, after we connect gradient ramp, we need to rotate it. If I will rotate by 90 degrees, these colors will be appears on the top, so I will rotate by -90 degrees. Here I can change the color to something dark like this, and here all we need to do is take colors from the reference so we get more realistic and interesting result. I can use this peak color, just hold the mouse and select this color. Okay, nice. Then you need to create colors on the bottom more brighter than on the top, so we have more similar result to the reference, and from here I can take something like this bright yellow color. I can change the position of it. Next I can add another color and select more interesting and darker color. Then I can do it again and again, so many times as you wish. That will be needed to create interesting result, maybe something like this. And after that you can also add more realistic type of gradient by using noise. So we can, for example, set it by 1. Now it's not really what I want to do, but if I will change the amount to something like 0.1, it will look more interesting. And with the fractal or turbulence noise, it will look much more interesting. Here in the size I will change to 4, and let's look what kind of noise are more interesting and preferable in this case. So as you can see, we get very adjustable sky with whatever colors you need, and also we get some nice noise effect that will replicate the clouds on the sky. In this video, let's set up light mix for this exterior scene. First of all, I want to mention that as for me, light mix only as a toy with which we can get some fun results, but I strongly recommend you to work with lights in the scene using Corona Light Lister and Interactive Render for the proper setup, because when you work with light mix, you work only with layers, rendered images. It just still image, and light mix change its brightness. It doesn't affect the physical properties of the light in the scene, so you can get noisy results or some artifacts or anything else. So if you want to get proper light setup, use real lights in the scene. Change the intensity there. If you wish just some fun and interesting play, you can work with light mix. So first of all, we need to check that every light is turned on. Then you need to be sure that every intensity for the light is enough for your purposes, or it will get noisy results when you will increase the brightness of light. Then you need to check that all lights with the white color, because you can't change the yellow to the blue if you wish. And after all preparations are done, you also need to check that in the material editor light materials also get white color and are turned on. Next, when we set it all up, we can add, for example, in Corona version for multiple maps in the environment. This means that we can add, for example, Corona Sun with Corona Sky. Yes, I want to change it. Next, we can go to Material Editor and copy this Corona Sky map here as an instance. Okay, next we go to Multi-Maps. We can change to, for example, 4 slots. Here add Corona Sky. Next add Hdri Map for daylight environment. Then we can add Hdri Maps for the evening environment, like this. Okay. Next we press Setup Light Mix and click Generate. Next we can start Interactive Render. Wait a while, and here I want to mention that more detailed explanation of light mix are in Corona Render Technical course, which is available for my patrons. So here what we get, it's pretty bright result, but don't worry about it, just toggle all so every layer or every element is turned off, and from here you can change the intensity. For example, Corona Sky, you can here add Corona Sun and work with it, for example like this, or you can go with evening setup with map, for example like this. Here we have fake light for the kitchen. I doesn't really like it, so I will use only the real lights, for example like this. Here we can add more lights, change their colors to something more interesting like this, and can go with it further and further. Hope you understand what's going on. In this video, let's clean up the scene so we can more easily work with materials. First of all, I want to disable so much preview objects in scatters. To do so, I can just go to the viewport display, max displayed, and set maybe 5 only objects. Next, I can do the same for the grass, and here I need to decide which type of grass do I wish to leave here and which of them I don't want to use. So when I tested, I decided that I don't want to use white flowers, so I can delete this scatter. I don't want to use big leaves scatter, and I will also remove him. Only thing that I will use is flowers yellow, simple yellow green, and simple yellow grass. That's fine for me. Let's select this grass scatter. I don't want to use him, so I will just delete it. And here we have hedge scatter, gravel scatter, tree scatter, 3 types of grass, and grass all over. Okay, that's fine for me. I will not use this segment, so I will delete this thing only for that. Now let's go further. Here let's do the same thing for this type of scatters displayed. I can just simply change here to 5. Do the same for the gravel. Do the same for the simple green grass, and for the rest of them it will help me to keep viewport at maximum performance. And next we can delete all unneeded things such as profiles. So let's hide everything for a while and check out what we get here. So these plants, I don't want to use them, so I will simply delete them like that. And here I have lights. I will select them and add to the light layer. Okay, so here on the plan layer we doesn't have any objects. Let's delete it. Then I have the backup layer. I also doesn't need him anymore, so I will delete it as well. Like that. Next we have profiles. I also don't want to use them anymore, so let's delete. Next, let's check out what we have here. On the 0 layer we have nothing but these hedges, so let's move them, these 4 objects, to, let's say for example, trees, small layer. Okay, fine. And here now we doesn't have any objects on the 0 layer. Let's go to the other layers and we will set up materials for them. In this video I want to show you how to make more soft light, I mean hidden light from the ceiling. And when I first modeled it, it was fast and not so correctly. To change it, let's look how it works in real life, the construction of the hidden light. And as you can see, most of the time we have the light that bounce from the ceiling, from the other boards, and only then it goes to our view. So what we need to do in this exterior, instead of going just directly to our eye, it needs to bounce from the ceiling. It is very easy to solve. Let's select the ceiling, and here we have some bad geometry from the chamfer and boolean operations. So let's select this vertex here, here and here. Then with the chamfer, with the weld, we need to weld them like that. Okay, and here I made too much. Let's make it like this. We need to unselect the top part like this and then weld. Okay, nice. Then we need to make them planar. Go to the scale and by y-axis drag it down, then move it and snap to the bottom vertex so it looks nice and clean. Next, we need to select the edges like that. Here and here, the same thing for the living room like that. Okay, nice. And then let's create shape from selection, linear, then add edit poly to these new lines. Then you need to connect those vertex like that. Then select this edge and this edge, ring them, connect, and you can change the slide parameter, but we need to do it manually for both of them, because here we need on the one side, here on the other side. I will just detach this object so it will be separate objects, and here let's repeat the connect, slide it here like this. Okay, fine. And now let's delete these polygons, select this edge, and with the shift key we can extrude it. Okay, fine. And the same thing for this. Let's select, connect, with the slide changed like this. Okay, and here delete these polygons, select this edge and extrude it a little bit. We can snap it to the other side. Okay, fine. And from here all we need to do is select this polygon, with the shift key drag and clone to object. Then we need to select it. Here it is, affect pivot only, center to object. Then from this, let's put it down. In the edit poly, let's select this edge, ring, then connect 2 times. Okay, I will delete these polygons and slightly move this vertex from here to here, and the same thing on the other side, like that. Okay, fine. Then let's add Corona Light material to it, and this is it. This is all you need to do, and then just change the intensity here or in the light mix. This is all up to you. In this video I want to show you how to work with Corona material library. To open it, you can find button on the Corona toolbar, open Corona material library, or you can go to the render settings and on the scene tab, open material library. Then you have here some categories, and for example, let's start with the concrete. Let's take concrete rough bumpy, just drag and drop it to the material editor. Then you can assign this material to selected geometry, and let me delete it for a while. Okay, when you assign this material on the mesh or your model object, you need to go to the render settings and add this object to exclude list, so it will not appear as gray material. Because after lighting we keeping this gray material, so the different inappropriate materials doesn't pop up, and we have more clear understanding, work with each material step by step, and we can see how the picture goes from gray material to the color without any distractions from the raw materials setup. If we will have them all at one moment not set up, we can distract ourselves and spend much more time to understand what's going wrong and what is right. So let's start with this wall material. What settings do you need to know to work with Corona library? First of all, let's take a look how this map shows up. As you can see, we have here some nice texture and it doesn't appear on the object. It's all because it doesn't have some texture coordinates. To add them, you can use Uvw Map Modifier, and here, very important thing. In the Corona bitmap, we have this use real world scale function on, so we need to turn it on also on the object modifier. And here we can change mapping properties to box. And now it looks more correctly. If you don't wish to change this real world map size, you can disable it also on the texture in Corona bitmap, and then you will need to change the tiling. Then you assign here sizes that you wish and you're ready to go. It's all up to you what you want to do more. As for me, it's more time saving to use real world scale as the Corona advice, and here just use also this function real world map size. Okay, this is it, how you deal with these real world scale material properties. Next we have another kind of materials. Let's open material library and see, for example, something from nature. For example, this grass blade. Let's take it here, and now we doesn't have any real world scale because it expects that we already have mapping on the grass. It's some kind of maybe unwrapped model or something like this. I just copy this grass small yellow as a copy, add this object to exclude list, and from here let's assign this grass blade thick on this object and start interactive render. Here all we need to do is just to change the color of this grass, just add color correction and change it to the color you wish. You can also change some more advanced settings, but it's all up to you. If you don't understand them, now is the perfect time to grasp what it is and start learning and understanding, because when you understand what's going on here, you can more freely change and get the result you wish. Okay, and the last thing, that use not the tiling, not the real world scale, but something like Corona triplanar map. Most often it is the fabrics, because they used on objects more complex than just a box, and it needs to be projected by different angles to dissolve the seams. So let's try it. For example, let's select the sofa, and here I will select this pillow, add it to exclude list here, and then let's assign this material. All we need to do is just assign it. When you use Corona triplanar, you don't need any UV texture coordinates, because it's work without them. And now if you will check it in interactive render, here we can try to understand what's going on here. As you can see, in the diffuse color we have black and white texture that goes through the RGB multiply, where we add some corona color. We can change this color to some red or kind of green color, the color that you wish, and it will work. And this is it. This is how you can work with Corona material library. All the materials work pretty the same. You just need to understand the thing with UV textures and some material settings that they use. In this video I want to show you how you can use some kind of Pbr textures or materials and how they work in Corona render. You can use any kind of textures that you wish. Let's see the easy example on the textures from Texture Heaven. Here we go to the textures and we can choose some kind of material that we wish. For example, let's take plaster and take maybe this. When you download it, be sure that you take the full potential of your texture. It is not a good thing to download 8K texture for a thing that will be on the background or doesn't appear in this resolution. So, for example, with this wall, it's maybe 2K will be more than enough, and I will use JPEG because it's much less weight and much less RAM will use. So we create Corona MTL. Then when you extract download archive, just drag and drop the textures here, and because they doesn't drag all by one time, you need to drag them one by one. So you need to understand what kind of textures do you need and you will use or not. For example, let's take this wall, assign this Corona material on it, then we need to add this wall to the exclude list, and then we can assign this diffuse texture. It's called diff as a diffuse. Then we can press show shaded material map in viewport, and now nothing happens, nothing appears. It's all because we doesn't have any UV texture. Let's add Uvw map, change to box and make it 500 by 500 and 500. I create all these numbers the same because we have square map and the sizes are all equal. Next, if we have the nice result or you wish change the sizes, you can do it. Next, after you're happy with the size of your texture, you need to understand how the other textures work. So, for example, we have bump normal map and we have displace map. They both give some kind of the same result. They change geometry, but they works in a different way. Bump is only some kind of fake changing of the geometry. Displacement really extrude some kind of geometry and change it. So you need to have more polygons, more geometry, so the displacement work properly. And you also have to sometimes change displacement screen size to maybe lower values like 2 pixels if you wish more detailed, but 3 works well for the most cases. So let's try and see what's going on here. We can start interactive render and see that our texture works fine, but it doesn't have any details in glossy or reflections and no details in the bump. Let's add them. I will take a look here. So now to create or to set up more clearly the bump, I advise you to change the diffuse to 0, change the reflection to 1, so it have some reflections, and from now we can add Corona normal map, connect it to the bump, then you need to add gamma input, or you will have this kind of error. So when you add it, it will not shows up, and you can change the bump here, or you can change it here in the bump slot. I will change it to 0,1, so we have not so big bumpy look. After that, we can unconnect and see how the displacement works. Here we need to change the displacement level, max and minimum. We can change only the maximum to, for example, 5 to get more displacement, or we can also add some minus values to make it more visible. But for me, I don't want to use example bump with the displacement in this case, so I will delete this displacement and keep only the bump. It's all up to you. You doesn't need to use all the maps that you get from the collection. Then we can see how the reflection will works, and if you wish, you can change the color to make it not so glossy. For example, if I will add color correction, I can change it to more dark value like this, and it will give me more rough reflections. Or I can make it more brighter and get more glossy reflection. I will use something like 80, for example. And next we can add the bump and then turn on the diffuse. So by separating them from each other, we can get more clear understanding of how the textures, how the different aspect works. And this is it. This is how you can set up Pbr materials. If you wish, you can add Corona mix map to mix the diffuse with the Corona AO texture. Sorry, not Corona AO, but the ambient occlusion texture from the collection. Here you just change mix operation to multiply or something else, and change the mix amount until you get the result that you wish. You can also sometimes use the reflection color for the materials, like if we will see this, where you have different type of materials, ground and grass. So you have this specular map that will go here in the reflection color. And this is it. Just try and make some tests and experiments. It's all pretty easy. You just need to have the basic understanding of how material works. So I strongly advise you to watch my Corona technical course, Unlock the Corona Render. In this video, let's create materials for the grass. To do so, I will open PureRef. From here, I will load my reference, and here we have some reference to see the color of the grass. I always try to keep these on top of other windows so I can see what's going on. Here, the logic of my thoughts. We have almost 50% of the image completed with the plants. So if we will set up them first, we will get much closer to the end image as soon as possible. So let's unhide all the objects. Here I wish to mention that I don't want to use some kind of decor. So let's, for example, delete this kitchen decor because I don't want to use it, and it will, let's give us more memory. Let's go further. Okay, here everything looks fine. So if you doesn't have enough memory, you can hide everything but the grass and set up the grass only. First of all, let's start with disabling overwrite materials for the grass, and to do so we need to go here where we have our grass materials. I also have some unneeded plants, but I will not delete them here now because I don't remember which one of them I don't want to use. So let's start with turning off all the scatters and enable just only grass simple green scatter. Let's select him, and here we have Corona proxy grass small green. Here it is. So let's exclude it from overriding and take the material for him. So I will create new view, create grass, select this material, and here what we have. Okay, fine. We need more yellowish look, so if I will start interactive render, first of all you need to remember to save your scene, just like that. And I also don't want to use this tall grass, so I will delete it because I don't need this anymore, like that. Okay, just fine. Now let's start interactive render and see what we get. We can also hide trees small, so it's faster to work. And now, as you can see, we get this ugly green color that doesn't match with the reference. So I will just use color correction and change hue shift until I get this type of color. It's pretty much the same, so I will go with that. Okay, fine. Then we need to continue with another grass material. As you remember, we have here yellow grass scatter, so let's enable it. And we have yellow small grass here. Let's grab this material like that. And here it already with yellowish color, so we just need to check how it works. Now let's do this. Start interactive render. And we need to override it. I forget to do this. Select them both. Corner render settings. Overwrite. Okay. Now we need to see what's going on. We can use 2D pen zoom mode and zoom like this to get more quality result on this small screen. And for now it looks pretty alright. If you wish, you can do the same kind of changes. Here we have flowers yellow scatter and these objects. We need to find them. Yes, they are here. Let's grab the material for them, and from here let's add them to the exclude list, like that. Because I keep all the rest of the objects in the gray color, it helps me to not distract my eyes by big variety of colors. Let's in the scatter list enable flowers yellow, like that. And here we can change it to more yellowish kind of thing, like that. So it matches with the rest of the grass. And now it looks more nicer to me. If you wish to solve these edges, you can go with more higher numbers in the count of the scatter, or you can grab some of the blades from the whole clamp and scatter these blades. It will also cost a lot of memory, so just find what will work in your case. So here I can just change this to maybe 25,000 for the green and 20,000 for the yellow grass. And as you can see, the border now looks more even. Alright, and last we have this grass tool. I just enable it. Here on the reference it starts only from here, so I can change the line, refine somewhere like here. Let's select this, delete, and let's check out what type of grass it used. Grass over tall, growth tall. Okay, and here it is. Let's grab the material. Okay, and here we need to change material map type, color correction, okay, to get these kind of changes, like that. I hope it will works. So let's start interactive render, add this object to the exclude list, like that, and see what we get. Now it looks more greeny. I need to change it furthermore, like that. As you can see here on the reference, it's not the same as this color. I don't like it, so I will keep it pretty much the same with the rest of the grass. If you wish, you can do the changes. And here we complete our grass material. In this video, let's set up other green plants. And first of all, I will start with trees small. Let's select them all and create new view. Trees. Let's call it small trees. Okay, from now let's pick up the material. It's the same for the whole small plants, so I will just select them all and then exclude from overwrite list, like that. Now let's see how they looks. They're probably in the wrong color, so we will fix it. Yes, they are more straighted bluish green. We need more yellow, so let's change it. Now here we have trunk, branch, and we have leaves. Let's change the leaf material. And here we already have some yellowish colors, so let's just change this one with color correction, make it more yellow color here and here. Next we have front and back map here, let's it be as this. And now we have the same thing for the translucency color. Let's color correct it in more yellowish color, like that. And we also can make them more light, like this, so when the light will go through them, they will be more brighter color. Let's start interactive render and see what we get. Yes, it's more closer now to the reference. If you wish, you can do more changes. I will leave it as it is, but I will change the trunk material. I will make it more lighter color, like here. Just go to advanced and change RGB to maybe 200, like this, less saturated, maybe even more, like that or so. Now it's not so dark color and it seems more like on the reference. Okay, now we get our hedges. Let's turn them all and change the material. Also, if you can see, we have here light going through them, so we need to change this object so it's be not so high, maybe 100 centimeters, and now more light will go through the hedges. Let's take the material and add them to the exclude list, like that. I will add them here and let's change them. So here we have translucency color and diffuse color. Just add the color correction node here and make it more yellowish, and here I will also make it more yellow and more light color, like this. Let's start interactive render and see from the camera what we get. And this is it. Now we have more light color here with the lights going through. Next we will discuss how set up easy and simple material for the rest of the trees, which will be here in this video. Let's set up easy material for the rest of the trees. To do so, I will first of all go to the trees, and here I will add them to the exclude list. Then we will enable scattering, and next we need to create new view for the trees and pick all the materials that we have here, because we need to have an ability to easily change the whole color for the leaves so it matches with the reference. Now when I pick them all, we need to arrange them a little bit so we have some understanding of what's going on here, like that. And now we have all these materials in some kind of arrangement. Next we will create Corona multimap. It will be used first of all with item count 3. Let's call it diffuse. Let's call it just color, leaves color. Next we will get some color correction for the diffuse and some color correction for the translucency. So here will be diffuse, here will be translucency. Okay, now when we have this, we also need to add another multimap with 3 colors. And here what I will do, I want different trees to get different colors. So first multimap will be as an instance. Next I wish to be leaves of different colors on the same tree, so this will be mesh element. And next I will just copy this by 3 times, and before I do so I will create Corona color, connect it to all of these slots like that, but here it just copied, I don't wish to do so, so let's connect it manually like that. Okay, now we can copy like that and connect all these 3 slots. And yes, we can change here color to some greenish one. We can just pick it from the reference from here, like that. Okay, now when the color goes through the light, it will be more lighter, it can be more saturated and more yellowish, like this. Okay, now we need to connect all these leaves to this material. To do so, I will for a while hide this reference and just go through all the materials, diffuse to the diffuse color, translucency to the translucency color. And you just keep going doing these connections to all the trees materials that you have. Here I will just pause the video and continue when I finish. Okay, so now we have all these crazy connections, and let's see how it looks here. On the trees it must be the same color for all the trees. And it looks like one of them just got away from me. I think I know what it is. Some of them was created without any maps. Now when everything done, first of all we need to be sure that everything works as we want. So we can just make gamma random like 50%, and different instances will go with the different gamma value. Yes, we see this. Next, we wish to every tree have some changes in his leaves. So here we can also change the gamma random and see. Let's for a while turn off gamma random here, because we already know that different instances are getting different gamma values. And now you can see that on the mesh elements they also get different colors. We can for a while turn off this color, turn off gamma random, and as you can see we have red, orange and yellow colors on different leaves. This means that everything goes well. Now we only need to see how it works on the picture, and here we need more yellowish type of green color. So let's change it and see what we get. Yes, it's better, but not like we need. And with these adjustments you go until you get the color that you want. Let's step here. Okay, from now let's suppose that we get needed color. Here in translucency let's change lightness to maybe 200, so it will be more light and more yellowish, more saturated, like this. And diffuse color maybe will be slightly like this. Okay, let's just keep it as it is. Next we need to get some randomization in the color, and to do so I will just copy this color, and maybe let's just copy it here, make some changes, like for example it can be more colder, next can be more reddish, and let's make another copy of colder, make it go here like this. Now we can just connect them to the different color slots, and now let's check it out. If we will save this in the history and start interactive render again, we get some changes in color. Now for the whole green colors I want them to be more yellowish, so I can go to the diffuse color correction and change it here, maybe like that. If I want them to be slightly lighter color, I can also make the changes here. Now as you can see, with this not so tricky setup, we get very easy adjustments on the all blends that we get in this scene. Here I think that we can go even more, -20 for them, here shift, and here as well it will be -30, and maybe more lighter color like that. And you can go further and further with these adjustments until you get the result that you wish. Hope you understand the main idea. In this video let's set up the glass material. As you can see on the reference, we get pretty much the same result when we set up the green materials. As I said, they took up maybe 50% of the image, so we are having pretty much a result like here. And let's first of all be sure that all glass materials objects are in the exclude list. So let's select here and here. These guys needs to be in the exclude list, and these objects as well. Now let's open the group, select these objects and assign them gray color material. Let's create maybe our material view, and from here I will call it white paint, assign it, and to these objects as well assign. Next you need to be sure that the glass objects here and here made with the same glass and not aligned here. We need to make them go slightly up, like maybe on 0.1 centimeter or maybe 0.3, like this, so it will not be connected with this geometry and we don't get any strange artifacts. Okay, now let's change the glass material. It needs to be with slight color, so in volumetrics and scattering change the absorption color to something like this, and change the distance to 1 centimeter. Now we need to change this value, but for test purpose, to see that all glass materials have been changed, we need to check it. Yes, as you can see, we have it here and here and here. Nice. Next we can change this value to more reasonable. like 50 centimeters, 30. Yes, and from here you just choose what type of value will serve better in your case. I think we can go with slightly more greener color like this, and next you just fix it as you see. And this is it. This is how we set up the glass material. If you wish, you can add some maybe glossy map, but in this case I will not. Next we need to add these black parts, and we can also add them here. To do so, I will create multi-sub object material with two materials. One of them will be this white paint and the next will be rubber. Let's create it with more dark color like this, flexion 1 and glossy very low, maybe like that. Okay, now we can select all the objects that will need to have this rubber material. This, for example, you select it, go to the edit poly, select this ring, change material ID to 2. The rest of them need to be 1, like that. And next you apply this material, same for that, set ID 2, like this, and here we go. Next let's select this object. Let's go inside to be able to select this one, this. First of all, I will hide the glass object so I can easily select this, this and this shape, isolate it. Then here let's go to edit poly, select all the polygons, set ID 1, and then we just go and select manually all these polygons that need to have another material like that. Okay, from here set ID 2. Now let's assign the material, enable reflection, not so glossy, like this. Okay, fine, the same thing here. Let's add edit poly, select all polygons, set ID 1, then select this round selection, set ID 2, and assign the material. And the same thing here, add edit poly, select all, ID 1, then select this with the shift key, set ID 2, assign the material, and this is good enough. Okay, from here let's with the edit poly change the high so it ended up here, and from the bottom let's do the same and make it stop here. Okay, like that. Nice. Okay, now let's see how it looks here. For example, in the interactive render, let's check it out. To see the changes, we need to add them to the exclude list. So I will select them like that, unhide all, and now let's check it out. Yes, now it looks much better. We get these dark edges on the glass. In this video, let's set up gravel material. This is pretty easy to do. I will first of all enable gravel scatter so we see the ring here, and let's take this plane, then we will add him to the exclusion. Now we need to create material for the gravel, let's call it so, and here I prepared this kind of maps, so I will use this type of gravel. We just need this map. Let's connect it to the displacement, assign this material. Let's show it in the viewport. You can see how bad it is. You just need to have Uvw map. Let's make it, for example, 100 by 100. like this. Let's see how it works here. And in the displacement, let's set up from -1 to 1 centimeter. Next, we can go to the 2D pen zoom mode and see how it looks. Here it works well. In some cases you can get some artifacts, so interactive render doesn't always shows correctly the displacement material. Maybe you will need to add more geometry, like you can use subdivide. Let's find it here and change it to maybe 15, like this, maybe 30. Yes, and it can help, or you can go to the performance tab and here change the displacement screen size to maybe 2 if it doesn't get the desired effect, but for me it works pretty well. And this is the gravel material, so if we will start render, we will see pretty the same result as we get here. If you have too large gravel, you can change the size in the UV map. Yes, as you can see here, we get on the small fragment pretty the same result. In this video, let's create floor material. I will just create another corona material. Then I will take this texture, grab it here and assign into the diffuse color. Okay, now we need to select our floor. It was made very fast, and if we will look at the reference, we have here the different kind of floor. Let's have a look. It's much more wider, so let's create maybe 25 by like this, maybe 20 here. I will make the crude length 0.1, 0.5, and here let's make the bevel 0.1. like this. Okay, fine. Now let's isolate it with Alt Q, and from here I will add unwrap Uvw. Let's assign the material and enable this texture preview like that. So here let's create simple projection like this, then open the UV editor, select all of them, pack custom. Here you can see that they with the wrong scale, so let's enable the projection again, those, pack them like this. Okay, and from now we can change the scale, but in some cases it doesn't work all the first time. Let's reopen it, and now we can change the scale. Okay. Now when I get the right scale for the texture, I can continue work with material. Here it's more saturated and not so glossy. So I will change the glossy to maybe something like this, and with color correction change this color to more saturated like this, and maybe not so light. Let's try something like this. Let's add this object to the exclude list and do the test render with the 2D pen zoom mode, start interactive. And yes, here we have some kind of the material that we have on the reference. If you wish, you can slightly adjust another color corrections, but maybe I will leave it as it is here, 0. Okay, so you can do the same thing with the other wood elements like this and this. Here, just when you go with unwrap UV, you maybe get this kind of result that is doesn't rotate like you need, so you can on the top orthographic projection change the projection type to view align, and it will be more aligned like this. Then when you will assign the material, it will work better, so something like this. As you can see, everything works, and as in the previous video, you change the scale. Now we need to check all the rest of the materials to get to the final image. And here I don't see any chairs or cushions, so I will hide them as outdoor furniture so they doesn't appear on the render. And now let's for a while hide everything and go one by one every piece of geometry. So first of all we have architectural objects, and here we will use just simple white paint, or if we use it for metals, let's create another kind of material. Here also for the gravel, if you wish you can use some kind of diffuse texture, but I will not. So let's keep it simple. Go with corona material, call it white as the interior, add reflection and change the glossy to something like this. Okay, and from here let's select this object and assign the material on it. Same for the columns, assign to them and to the doors, like that. Same thing will be for this kind of geometry. This line I doesn't need anymore, so I will delete it. And for the geometry of the floor, I will also select this material, assign. Next we have this door object. I will assign this white material for them as well, and here we're done. Next we can go to the arch ceiling, and here all the objects will have this material except for this one, which have this glass dark rubber. So here we can assign this white material. Nice. Let's hide it for a while. Decor for living. Here we can try. Let's disable the MTL overwrite so we can see what's going on. Create new tab, living decor, and see what we get here. Let's grab these materials. Here we can also add render element albedo, so we have understanding how bright white materials can be. Let's start interactive render, and here we can see that these materials are too bright, so let's grab them and in the fall off change the white color to 200 I mean, and here 180. Yes, this is much better. Now here we have some bright materials here, but it's too small, so we will not care about it. As for the materials, they look fine. If they will appear not so nice on render, we will change them. But for now we can go next. Let's deal with this journal. So when you have this kind of object, let me see you in the render. Look, here we have run albedo, so we can change this by adding color correction. I show it for one object and you can do it for the rest. Here just in advanced change to maybe 50 or 80, like that, and here you are with right albedo. Then if you think it's too saturated, you can desaturate it and it will looks alright. Now when we check out the books material, let's go to the kitchen. I doesn't wish this appears very bright metal, so in the R let's create kitchen. Okay, and here I will change the steel material to a simple corona white material. Do it like this, enable reflection, change the glossy, and we are ready. Next let's see what we get else. Environment. Here on the first view let's create corona material, add this brown matte with the diffuse color, and here enable reflection, let's call it ground. Then assign this material here, let's show it's in viewport, and here as well. Okay, so now we need to set up Uvw Map Modifier. Let's change it to box 300 by 300 by 300, and just copy this material to other objects like that. Next we have concrete material, so I will use this diffuse texture and normal map. Okay, so let's move them down. For the ground material, it doesn't wish it so glossy, so change it to something like this. Next, here create another corona material for the concrete. Assign this diffuse color and corona normal value. Add gamma to input. Go to bump, enable reflection, not so bright glossy. We can also use for the reflection glossy this map with color correction and make it slightly brighter, maybe like this. Okay, next let's change the bump to a low value like 0.2. Okay, fine. And now let's assign this material to all these concrete objects like that. Uvw map box 300 by 300 by 300. Let's preview this in viewport, and here I will change diffuse to maybe 25 like that. Okay, and this geometry needs to be smaller, so box will be only 100 centimeters high. Okay, fine. Now let's select these circles. They need to have ground material on them. Here maybe the ground material as well. And on the environment we have all materials. You remember that you do these wood planks by yourself. Okay, next we have this furniture. We can check it out how it looks. So we have white interior material. If you wish, you can add some texture like this with the reflection glossy, make it not so even, for example 50%, and then we need to assign this material on all objects that was made by ourselves. So for example, I don't want to apply this material on this chair and this oven, only for those objects, so I will apply it, then assign Uvw Map Modifier, show this in viewport, and here we change it to box maybe 300 by 300 by 300 like that. Okay, so it will give us some variations in glossy, and we do the same thing for the rest of the objects. Next we have this kitchen oven, so let's check it out what we have here. And we have this material. I don't want it to be so bright, so I will just change the black to the steel like this. Alright, next we can check out how this material looks. Let's see what we get here. I want this seat not to be so glossy, so let's change here to 50, 65, alright, and what we get here, yes, some kind of this material will works for me. Now let's see what's going on here. Also pretty fine here, and here as well will be nice. Next let's select all the materials except those lights. Those lights need to be on this layer. Okay, now let's select these elements, then deselect this and this. Let's also check that we doesn't have any lights here. Okay, fine. So from now we can assign our material on them at Uvw Map box like this. Alright, now we have all these materials. Check it out. Let's see what we get here, and I think it looks fine for me. We need to assign material for this table. So let's do this and copy Uvw map. Alright, now let's head furniture, see the grass. Alright, girl, alright. Lights. So for the lights we can leave this material as it is, I think. Yes, white color will be alright. For this wall lights, I think I want another kind of material. So let's grab this material and change it to Corona MTL. Make diffuse 0. Fresnel IR 10. Sorry, I was changing the wrong material. Let's grab him again. 10 here, 0 diffuse, 1 reflection and glossy like that. Okay, this looks fine for me. Let's go next to the outdoor furniture. I don't want them to be so pinky. They're more brown on the reference like here, so I will grab the material. Here I will change the color to more brown, darker, even 10, not so saturated. And here just go to the diffuse color without fall off, so it will be more like leather reflection, glossy, maybe like this. Let's see. Yes, it's pretty fine for me. This is up for outdoor furniture and the rest are pretty alright. So now let's check out what we get here. Unhide all except for the outdoor furniture. And now let's see. So here we in the kind of situation when we get all the materials, and the next we need to do some test renders where you look at your result, at the reference, and make some changes if you wish, if you doesn't get the result that you desire. Here what you can do. First of all, you can add some multi-maps in the light mix. Change this to maybe 5. Go to the material editor and grab some Hdri Maps from the light. So this one, another one, and another one, like that. Then you go to the setup light mix, create these lights, and then you check them up that they all works. So start interactive render, go to light mix, toggle all, and start turning them on one by one to see that every one of them is work fine. Here we have that exterior wall light doesn't work. So let's go to the light lister and see what's going on here. For the light mix we need to all lights be white color and turn it on. So enable them all, make the intensity a bit brighter to maybe like 10,000. For this trees light, let's be 5,000. Exterior wall light, let's be 1,000. Okay, and for the kitchen light also, let's be 10,000. All lights white, so we can easily change them on the post-production and in the material editor. For the light materials you also wish it to be white. And here enough intensity, so make it 500 for example for all of them. Or if there will be no so bright light, it will create some artifacts on post-production. Now let's start interactive render again and check out rest and sand. Okay, trees light, yes, they here. Spotlight work, kitchen work, LED kitchen counter, living bottom, yes, line kitchen, and exterior wall LED. Alright, all the lights now are working, so not to be scared by this overlighted setup. You can just find your working environment, turn it on, turn on some spotlight on the kitchen, like this, change it to more warmer temperature, and you get the result that you wish. But in the end you can add more lights, change the intensity, and so on. Next, when you check out that light mix is worked, we need to go here, check out the denoising Corona high quality default settings, and for the final render you go with something like 2 or 3% of noise. But first of all you need to make some draft renders to see how the materials works, how it looks, and if everything alright, for example on 10% of the noise, then you go to 5, 3 or 2% here, and that's everything you need to change for the final render. Then you press save and then render. When your render will be finished, you go to save CXR, type a name there, and this is it for this kind of reference. In this video I want to show you what you can else do to make your renders looks better. For example, you can add some kind of depth of field. For example, here we have white shot with not so blurry background like on this shot. So you go to some real numbers for the lenses. For example, this Canon lens have with this focal length this kind of f-stop number. So I can use it because I have focal length 22. I can use f-stop number 5 and 6. Then I enable depth of field, override focus, and choose the value. You can use environment clipping and move this plane like this to see where your focus will be. When you pick up the right position, you just copy this number here and then disable clipping. Alright, when you get with this done, here what I do for the second shot. So I create another camera, let's select it, it appears here, and I just change the focal length to 50 to get more blurry background with f-stop number 2 and 8. And this is pretty much it. What you need to do, just find the right composition and you get it. Then when you will go to the other frames, you need to adjust the position of light. Maybe you need to adjust position of some objects, because when you work on one side it's alright, but when you create another it maybe needs some changes. For example, when you will work with evening, it's all pretty much the same, but here as you can see you have these more colors on the gravel. I mentioned it when we work with materials, you can add some diffuse texture, like let me show this. So it will be not so even and white. You can add more color on the walls, on some kind of materials, make them more saturated. All the things that I want to say, that you need to adjust your scene for the different kind of shots, because here if we will look, we doesn't have so much air for this kind of frame. As you can see here we have this cliff with them trees, so you need to adjust it so on this shot it will be looks alright. For this kind of shot you also need to enable trees here, maybe change their heights, their random seed, and this is works for all kind of references. You need to adjust your scene, your materials, and with the practice everything will be alright. Don't forget about the composition, because it means a lot. Try to match it with the reference, try different focal length. In this video I want to show what kind of settings I use in the Corona image editor for the final images. First of all, I want to mention that when you use light mix, it can cause you a lot of noise. So, for example, for this night shot, I was not using Corona light mix, and I changed the primary solver to path tracing, secondary solver to USD cache. And then I was trying to get more faster reduction of noise by changing GI versus AA balance to 32 instead of 16, so I can get more faster clean image here, whereas the bouncing light from the hidden light source of the ceiling was producing a lot of noise. And next, here is my settings. First of all, one of the important is this LUT that gives me this kind of magenta look, and I use only a low opacity of it. Then you can see here I change the contrast to 3, saturation to 0.05, filmic shadows by 1, and vignette intensity 0.5. Here some slight changes in bloom and glare and sharpen and blurring. As I said, no light mix for this shot. Next, my daylight shot is using light mix. I was hoping to do some of night renders from it, so I was using it here, but it cost me with some kind of noise here. Another settings for post here look like this. So it is 3 contrast, white balance 6K, filmic highlights only 0.5, not 1, cause it will remove these bright spots that I want to be here for a focal point. Next we have filmic shadows 1 and vignette intensity 0.5. No LUT, slight bloom and glare for this source of light, and sharpen and blurring by 0.6 without blur radius. I doesn't want to use 1 because it will produce too sharp details. I want to keep them not so noticeable. And some light mix with these settings, not something too crazy or too hard to understand, so I hope you get it. And I have the third shot with this depth of field or bokeh effect, and here are settings also pretty straight. And here I want to mention that you always need to correct your scene, try to find the best composition light for it, don't fear to change your scene, move objects, so the composition becomes better, cause nobody cares how far you move your decor in the interior scene or some kind of furniture. It's all about nice picture in the end, so don't be shy. It's your scene, it's your image, and you need to make it look better. Hope you like this series of videos and hope to see you in the next one. If you have any question, please ask me, and see you next time. Bye.